Hey, what's up, everybody? And we are live. It's Chad Show Saturday. How's everybody doing? All right, just getting everything set up real quick here. All How's it going, Tommy? You doing well? Mm, all right. Today we have a couple things to chat about, and yeah, let's see here. I can just set up. All right. I was doing some writing down some things, get some stuff going, and have time to completely get everything done right. So, just going ahead, doing this. All right. One of the things I'll be going over is this. It's ghost pepper habanero cheese. Got this at the store today. It's looking. And yeah, all right, guys. I'll go over this ghost pepper cheese here in a minute. Then I was off with the store. Came across these what's it say? Mini pointed peppers. And that's what it says. They're sweet peppers. A lot of it's kind of funny because he's almost got a shape of bells, but I know these aren't bells. They got similar shape, but you some of them do, but a lot of them I can tell are those one kinds of sweet peppers that a lot of people are familiar with. There's red. Here's some orange ones. We do have some nice sizes, like this one. This other one's got a nice vibrant yellow color, good size. This one's almost got a similar shape to a bell to it, but you can tell it's not quite there. Mm. That's peppers, that's peppers. I'll get to those in a minute. But, all right. Um, all right. Sorry, I just got a little quiet, but let's see. We'll go ahead and get into this ghost pepper cheese. I haven't tried this particular kind, but let's see how this goes. Hello, Gary. How you doing? Hmm. I can smell the peppers in there. All right, Gary. If you want to know what's going on, I was just talking about some of these peppers that I found at the store and everything. And right now, there's this cheese I'm going over for the time being. It's ghost pepper cheese. Now, I can really taste the peppers. It actually does have spice to it. After I take a close look at this cheese, it's speckled pretty good with the peppers. Oh, oh man, I should have got more of this. Mm-mm-mm. Wow, this is really good actually. It's actually got that flavor of peppers in there. And and yeah, it's very very nice. See that? We'll get that plastic over there. Mm. Man, I should have got more of this. You know, for the palate. All right. Now, now, Gary, if you could, if you want to message me or hit me up on Hangouts, and I don't know, maybe we can talk about if there's a this type of stores near you. But, hey, yeah, this right here. Hey, what's up, Rocky? Um, since you just tuned in, this is a ghost pepper habanero cheese, and mm, man, now this is one of the better aspects of our methods, that, however they did have come across, because other ones you can tell that they're trying to put a flavoring in there, more or less. This is more you can tell that they're actually putting peppers in there. And as I'm chewing it, getting little bits of pepper in the mouth, as I'm chopping away. Um, Definitely, this would be a kind that's worth trying because you never got a good flavor. So, Rocky, hey, if you want to come up for a little few minutes, if you want, let me know and I'll send you the invite. But all right, see now, this is what I'm talking about. You can see more of the peppers in there. Peace bless you. See, when people actually use um actual, well, really use actual peppers involved with making cheeses and stuff like that, the flavor can really come through. And somehow adding peppers with a lot of things brings the flavor out a lot, and it's like a really in a good way. See, I gotta be careful. I already eat like half this block right here. The reason why I say I gotta be careful is because I'm gonna want some later. Well, not later tonight, but later on in a different point. Oh, burp. All right. Now let's see. All right. We'll wash down with some water. That's the thing about those crackers. It really dries them out now. Now, I'll go over these sweet peppers. Um, and let's see here, people. All right. All right. I'm just taking a look. Um, all right. That doesn't say a whole lot. All right. Let's. All right. All it really says in general is just a generalization of it. Um, many pointed, it's greenhouse grown. And many pointed peppers, but they're sweet peppers. All right. Yellow one. It's good size pepper. Red and orange. All right. Which one do I want to watch? All right, I'm watching this red one. Not much on a couple others, but I just want to. There we go. Nice one. Nice and crisp. Mm. Mm. All right. Mm. That's the inside. Those got some placental veins right in there. Those have a nice sweet aroma. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Got that growth in there. A little extra part of peppery going. Mm. Yeah. No, that's a nice juicy pepper. Mm-mm. Man, wow. All right. I like the flavor of these ones. Okay, that's for the red. For the most part, I've always been partial to the red pots. That's one of them. And those are just watching see me eat one of those pots. But mm-mm. Mm. All right. Hey, what's up, JDS? What's up, lemon poppy seed muffin? right. Now I'm gonna go ahead and try one of these orange ones. I'll go with this one. Now the reds always have a nice sweetness, you know, and all that. They're good. Can't go wrong with them. And I've always liked red pies myself, but I found that I've been liking or more appreciating other color varieties as well. Here's the orange. There's definitely a fair amount of seeds in there. And nice thickness on the walls. Nice crunchy. Very good sweetness. There's a bit subtle in flavor. And it's more rounded out in the flavor. I like reds, like I said. I have been becoming more appreciative of the other colors. Um, has been very tasty. And I like these. They're juicy, decent thickness. And you can see. Now there is a slight tanginess when it comes to these ones. I mean the orange ones. But although very nice ones. Can't go wrong with the flavor. I hope everybody is doing well tonight. But for all that who is tuning in, just wanted to also bring up the fact that I will be doing a mini giveaway or a little giveaway to start things off for tonight. Now, I've already mentioned about it previously a few times, and All right. So, all right, everyone. Let me get situated a little. All right. For any of those that are still in the chat, put your hands up for me to be able to see. All right. This is what I'm going to do. Anybody that's who wants to be involved in on this chat, on this little giveaway. This is how I decided to do it. I'm not going to rely on any kind of computer-based thing to do this. I'll just do it old school like. All right, basically what I'll do is I got some number pieces of paper in here. I can pull them out, and yeah, I got multiple pieces of paper in here, marked from 1 to 10. So what I will do is here, just take these little pieces of paper, drop them in here, and then what I'll do after that is will look more or reach in and grab one, via our camera. And the way I'll be having to do this is I'll do what I can not to look at piece of papers and everything. And you guys will be able to see it as well. So I'll just get to this pod right quick. So, but all right, this is the other one. All right, what I'm doing here is saving some of the seeds from this. And all right, now I'm gonna write this down. All right, now I got that. right. There's the side. And this side. All right, so this is a good sized pepper. I'm just going to go ahead. Now the yellows, a lot of times with wow, there is more of a tangy, citrusy note to this one. Wow. Ooh, ooh. That was awesome. Now, in regards to yellows, a lot of I already know yellows can tend to have citrus undertones and those to them, but I was not expecting it to come off in the manner that it did. It was kind of tangy, but it was also not just kind of tangy, but that sweetness came in there really well. Wow. Mm, 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 mm. Wow. Wow. The sweetness comes through really well. And that citrus aspect, looks like one of those citrus parts that isn't like an extreme citrus, but it's a good, mellow, sweet citrus type of aspect to it. And it's awesome. And as I was saying, the the sweetness, the citrus tones in there go really well. A lot better than what I was expecting. And yeah, that was pepper. Oh, JDS, the Arrow Garden is doing okay. I'm going to have to make some adjustments to this. Um, couple of scenes weren't doing too well. Um, but I think it was just because the scenes that didn't go in one of them, and I might have to take these ones out of this other spot, other one, because it's just they're just taking it. I mean, I can see it's trying, but it's just going a little too slow going. And I'm debating on whether or not to take the red Moruga out of there and put some new fresh ones in. But the Sugar Rush is doing fairly well. I did drop some Golden Cayenne in there another day, so we'll see how that goes. That'd be pretty nice to get the Golden Cayenne to go. But if I do this right, I'll be able to get that. Um, I'll be able to get that Sugar Rush out of the Aero Garden pretty soon here. I think I might do that very soon. Yeah. And yeah, otherwise, I mean, I still got to re up on some little cups, sponges, and all that. Otherwise, I'm all good on that. Um, yeah, yeah. But yeah, that's the thing with that. And yeah, but yeah. So um, as I was talking with the contest thing, I'll just probably set up a time for it, whatever. But I'm not in a rush. Um, I mean, it's not something I'm trying to push at too hard here. Um, but dang, I'm going to clip that leaf on that pineapple. Um, but it is what it is. Um, so, uh, but well, when you see the red pepper, well, it's not fully red. There's still a little bit. Uh, let's see this back here. Oh, huh. Yeah, guess that broke. Oh, it is what it is. That's all right. Yeah, probably still firm. So yeah, it's probably still firm and all that. Little branch broke off the plant. Wasn't that with the past couple of days. That's all right. Um, double check here. Here. Oh, little update on this little guy. All right, this is a plant that I got from the store. Where is that? Oh, I was using the pollinator just a bit ago. Oh, it's right behind me. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Now, for any other, see me what I'm messing with right here. It's just one of these pollinators and pollinator things. It'll be very handy when you're growing indoors. I mean, there's different methods to pollinate, getting plants to pollinate. This is one of them. May not feel like the most efficient way of doing it when you got one that's producing lots and lots of flowers. But if you got a few minutes out to do it here or there, then you'll get into produce well enough. Now, let's see. This one is producing pods. And yes, it does have a ripe one in there. Got some nice white flowers. What I'm going to do here is, alright, I'll use the scissors instead of trying to pop this one off. Mm, alright. Now this one could have got a deeper orange, but uh, this has actually been produced fairly nicely. And for the most part, I've been bottom feeding it with a water hydroponics solution in a little catch tray. So I'll just pour a little water in a little catch tray and let it absorb it. So other than that, it's doing fairly well. And here's the one I bought at a store within the past few months. It's actually doing very well, or fairly well, I should say. Nice little pods on it. All right. And let's see if I can get this in here open. All right. Nope. I almost dropped this little pod. All right. All right. There's a nice placenta tissue. Just a few seeds. All right. Well, this is what I'll do. Now I've got a number of pods off the plant already. Should extract the seeds from those. Have them sit around for a little while. But this one's actually a pod that actually produced from one of the flowers and popped up on the plant. I've actually been nursing the plant, nursing it, and let it do what it does. And I'd like to see what how others can produce the results with this type of plant. And wow, huh? Now, yeah, it's almost got a little zestiness to it. It's almost got me wondering. It's like before, it didn't seem like it had any kind of thing going on to it, but these spots that come around feel like they do. Hmm. I wonder if it's because the pods that were on it, or the first produced were worked out the hottest range. And then these ones that have been around here for a little bit have picked up some too. But that's all right. I'll mind mixed results with this. I actually appreciate it more. You're right. Um, what sugar pepper leaves off his bell pepper plant. That one, I just got these. I just got these pods off of. I will end up. I will end up uppotting that one just for the sake of it. Really needs to be. Uh, or I could just do what I thought I was going to do with it before, which wouldn't be a bad idea. Which I could probably. Mm, that'd be a mixed thought on that. All right. All right. Yeah, there's a mixed thoughts I'm having on this one right here. Now, if I can find my computer, I have to throw thoughts around on that later. All right. But yeah. Now, it's actually got some thing to it. Hmm. Now, the way those were producing before, first few pods, you didn't have that much of a thing. Wow. Wow. No, that's actually really nice. Yeah, that little hybrid of mine, I'm going to have to keep going. I got plenty of seeds for it. Um, yeah. Wow, that's got a nice thing to it. And it produces really well. It's a good thing. All right. But, all right, everyone. This is dry cayenne. No, that was rather nice. Fried golden cayenne pot. We want to continue growing out some of the golden cayennes. Got a few of them I just let air dry. Wow. Wow. But hey there, Happy Pepper, how you doing? But that's one thing I noticed about those golden cayennes this year when I was growing them. They have a nice zing to them, and but I like cayennes in general. They're good peppers all around. Easy to dry, easy to cook with. Make nice flakes, powders, and very productive. But and there's so many varieties of. But yeah, in regards to all that, it's not. That's one strains that I personally have been growing for a number of years that I have not been disappointed by really. But yeah, so and yeah, but but if anybody would like a pepper that to be recommended that has some heat and is very versatile, very flavorful, try any number of kinds that you can find. But because there are some kinds that just on the lower end of the scale, and some of them can get more. I know some kinds can get at least around 50,000 on the Scoville. I've heard of some getting higher, but that can that can be. I think that's very depending on where it's grown, who's growing it, and all that. There's a number of factors that plays into that. But lots of factors. But yeah, so but, oh no. I mean, I could recommend a whole mess of peppers around the ways, around the ways. Ooh, pepper. But that does not mean a lot of the ones I'll recommend is the same one a lot of people will like. But I know cayennes, that is definitely one a lot of people like. And yeah, and yeah, it's also one that's used, or even recommended by doctors and whatnot. There's doctors that say to recommend cayenne powder and a lot of stuff because they've known that peppers are and capsaicin are good anti-inflammatories, believe it or not. Um, but I mean, the reason why I say that is because spicy peppers and anti-inflammatory. What? You know, what that is one of those things. Um, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know, man. Um, hmm, well, this is what I could do. I could up pop that little one I just pulled that pepper off. Give me a second here. That's what I might do. You're right. everybody, give me a second here. I got this open already. This is what I use. Alright. This is what I use. I know I got some. Dang. Alright. Where's my? I know I got another water tray around here. There it goes. Alright, that went just right. Right here. Right there. Alright, everybody. Sorry about getting up and moving around so much, but this is what I'm going to do. Yeah, right. Well, I was going to end up doing this, but may as well do it now and get it over with. Alright. Give me a second, I gotta maneuver this crap down over here. There. Alright. You guys see this one here? Hey, this is getting good sized pods on it now. Alright. Can't wait till this one happens there. He's got to weigh him inside down. Now, check out this cup. Alright. Nice size plant for being in there. And let me check the roots. Yeah. There's the roots on that. Alright. Alright. This is what I'm doing now. Alright. This is how I have to do this. So it's a little easier. Pour a little more out than I expected. Alright. Alright, this is what I'm doing now. I'm just taking this cup, turning it around in here so it can get molded more into the shape. And then taking this out, basically transplanting this. But in order for me to do that effectively, I'm going to have to cut this out of here. Ooh. Hey now. Hold up. Hey, bell pepper plant. All right. And the bell pepper plant likes to fall over a lot. All right. Being it in those cracky style methods, it's a little top heavy. So, yeah. Sorry for any kind of loud noise. Doing this can be a little challenging sometimes. I'll say sometimes because not always does plant life want to work the way you'd hope. But any growers that have done any transplanting know this. Alright. Alright. Now a little piece of the roots came off, but that's just fine. That is just fine. Alright. Yeah, boy. Everything okay. Alright, now what I'm doing now is putting some dirt back in the planter. Going the rest of the way here. I'm getting there. Alright. Now, some of you growers out there may have been able to recognize the bag I'm using here. It's a seed starting mix, which is fine. If you're doing it indoor grow, that's will work just fine. That's what I've been growing this plant in. There's a seed starting mix anyway. So, and yeah, I'm just getting this filled out this bedding right here. I will see how well this does, but just not right yet. It's not going to be. It's not going to be crazy beautiful, but it is going to be what it is. Okay. Yeah. You're right. Just trying to level us out. I know that once after so many waterings, it's going to settle, and yeah, but that's to be expected. I can always fill in the gaps. And this being in a larger container than what it was, this should, at least for the time being, help reduce the frequency of waterings. But the reason why I say it for the time being, because giving on how well it takes will depend on how well or how often I will end up having to water. Let's see. I could just leave it in this tub, or okay. All right, brown, brand new. All right, I don't want to get up, but I might have to do that. I'm searching, doing a search general surveillance, what I got available. All right. All right. This is what I have to do. All right, what I'm doing, people. This is what I have to do. All right. We'll set this over here for now. All right. Do the final touches on that later. What I'll do is put the water in or the nutrients in a little bit. And then after it goes along, after it settles, I'll add more dirt. All right. So sorry guys for walking away the camera like that, but I just had to move it and then set it off to the side and take care of the rest of it. Um, but ah, and let's see. All right, everybody. Hmm. All right. Um. The thing is about what I was saying about that bell plant is it's not really snugly fit in the area that it's at, and because of the weight of the peppers on the top, it kind of is more top heavy, so they sway a bit. All right. Oh, my man. All right. Now, what I'm going to do here is take a look at this plant over here. Um, let's see. I just snipped off a little piece of pineapple leaf. Um, we'll have to do more of that in a bit here. Well, not right this second, but on this plant over there. You're right. Um, Sorry, I got a little quiet. I had to respond to something. Uh, you're right. Now, let's see. I wonder what anybody in the chat right now has planned for their gardens or growing, or what they'd like to grow. I wonder. Hmm. Sorry, y'all, if we're a little quiet. Um, I'm checking into something that popped up in the chat. All right. Um, let's see. Well, yeah, just basically that plant I transferred over is a little hybrid I'm working on, but just basically really needed to be up on it. Now we could do that, or finish what I need to do with that later. Um, right. All right, everybody. Let's see. Uh, I'm looking forward to a lot of the flowers taking on the contract and the Boston thing, or looking forward to a lot of the flowers on the ornamental that they one I got in the crappy style method. And then my other super high hybrid back there, that one's going to be a little something. But yeah, so yeah, when those really come in, I'm definitely gonna be having fun with that. But
Yo, what's up, Brando?
what's up?
What's up, Brando? Hey,
What's
is
up?
that is that on my computer?
Yeah, I think it's coming from your edge.
Oh, okay. I have my phone on too. I just turned my phone off.
Oh,
What's up?
not much. Just chilling. I was just kind of going over a few things. Transplanted one plant into a bigger container, and then yeah, and I was just kind of talking about what looking forward to a few of these
Cool,
plants
cool.
and some of the flowers to be setting soon. So
So your garden's basically frozen right now?
uh, yeah, out for outside, yeah, yeah,
You get snow?
yeah. It's been snowing most of the day,
Ooh.
but uh, uh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing some cleaning up, just getting some stuff ready. I still haven't started any seeds or anything. I've just been cleaning up some areas and trying to decide what am I going to be doing for some more varieties. And
Yeah. Um, I don't know. Next season, I mean, I don't know. I still got some touch around some thoughts about next season, but uh, I'm kind of playing by ear for part of the time because I mean that's kind of the way it seems like better results come about. You but
do you normally leave all your plants just in ground and let like just the weather do what it does, or do you actually rip them out?
um, a lot of times I usually just kind of a lot of times I with some of the plants I'll just kind of leave the roots in the ground, you know, and just basically kind of chop the plants pretty much. But I mean that way the roots can kind of break down and kind of work back into the soil. But um, other than that, so it really depends. I mean, I mean, otherwise, a lot of times you have to go out there and kind of dig up the whole plant. And, rather than do that, I'll just go ahead and let it do what it does. Let nature take its course. So why not just let nature reuse that organic material?
Yeah, I seen a couple people when they cut down their plants, they just put them all at the curb, and it looked pretty funny seeing like 100 plants just chopped up by the mailbox.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I never did that before, but the first year or two, a couple of years I was doing that. I was like, I didn't really feel right about just tossing all those plants like that. And a lot of times I just end up cutting up the plants and then just kind of, work them back and for the most part, because that's basically free organic matter.
Oh yeah, whenever you do stuff like that, have you ever had any like volunteer like plants like sprout up out of nowhere?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, actually had some interesting results coming up from the season, its next coming growing season. Believe it or not, I mean, there's been times where there's been plants that I know I didn't plant there pop up, and it's just like some kind of just something completely different. It's just like what, I know I didn't plant that there, and yet here we go. So I got to plant there. You know.
Yeah, I when I was getting some stuff last year in the mail, some of the stuff wasn't labeled, and I couldn't contact the person anymore, so I just took the seeds and just threw them all out in the yard, and they just started randomly popping up. I still don't know what they are.
Yeah, yeah. There's been times I even experimented with directly sowing or putting the seeds in the ground and starting them straight in the ground like that. And it actually has worked. It actually has worked pretty well, and plants just shot up and got pretty big. I mean, kind of like what farmers do. They'll plant their seeds right in the ground and then just let them germinate from there.
Yeah,
I mean, it can work. You just got to keep an eye on the soil. Be sure there's a enough moisture there, and not letting it dry completely out to where it can to when it takes off. Uh, but if you're going to try to do that with so many plants, that'd be a bit of an undertaking. But
Oh yeah,
um,
I wanted to ask you too. Have you ever had any like powdery white mildew type stuff underneath some of the pepper leaves? It almost looks like chalk or something underneath some leaves before.
I've seen stuff similar to that happening on these lilac bushes that's right outside my garden before. But um, I've seen it happen on some other types of plants and bushes and trees. But so far, it hasn't really been much like that too much. I mean, there's been some seasons where it seems like a lot of the plants weren't doing too good, or, then gotta start getting, spots on the leaves randomly, and
It's
they
yeah,
start
it's
being
only
pests on
underneath
some
them.
plants.
Um, I have no idea where it's from. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Yeah, you might want to take a look around because, I mean, I don't know, I can't really guarantee where the source would be, but there's sometimes where if like there are certain trees or bushes that might have something like that, then all of a sudden like some of the spores in that get onto the plant itself or your plants and then it transfers. But I don't know, that could be any number of things going on. So I mean, because I've seen something like that similar and happen with some plants and it just didn't affect the other ones, but
Yeah, the one the only one it happened to was in like a ornamental stone planting container. It's like elevated like 2 feet off the ground. So I have no idea how it, how that could have happened to that only one plant.
it could be. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying this is the actual answer, but you said it's a stone planting container.
Yeah,
I was kind of wondering if that could possibly be it.
maybe.
If it's- I mean, I wonder if it's the type of stone it may be. I mean, I'm not saying that is the case, but I was just kind of thought crossed my mind. Wonder if it's
Yeah, I'll take a
would be it.
picture of it tomorrow and send it to you. And there's always a bunch of ants always around, and they seem to love crawling up on the pepper plants.
Oh yeah, ants do like coming around a lot. I can say in my case, what I've done to kind of uh, deter some of the ants is a lot of the ants around here have not liked coffee grounds and coffee, and I've kind of poured some coffee grounds and stuff like that, and used coffee grounds on somewhere that some of the ants have been popping up, and where the little hole is at. Next thing I know, they wouldn't be there within an hour later.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to. I know at Starbucks and stuff, they actually have a program where they give away free coffee grounds in like 5 or 10 pound bags to people. You just ask for it, and there's like a little label on it where it says used for compost and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the plus side about used coffee grounds is it works back into the soil and it can work like as a composting and or fertilizer too. So I mean, that's a plus side.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that and see this week and see if that helps.
I mean, I know some people say they've had mixed results with it, but I mean, I've had generally decent results with coffee grounds myself. So,
Did you try any like peppers or any type of anything tonight or your chocolates or anything? I was running kind of late and I just jumped in the chat.
oh, I actually was. did try some peppers, but I also tried this ghost pepper habanero cheese.
Oh, cool, cool. Was it actually had a nice spice to it?
It actually has a decent zing to it. I mean, I'm not going to say it was the most outrageously hot thing, but it was actually pretty decent. You could actually get the taste of the peppers in there, and yeah, I mean, for being at a store and the price of that, it's actually not bad. Kind of kind of disappointed I didn't buy more of it, but it's all right though. I mean, they even been selling some scorpion cheese there too.
Yeah, that I was just about to mention that there was a brand. I think it was one of the major brands that made it. I think it was called like Cabot or something.
Oh, oh no, this wasn't that company. I know that company you're talking about, but this was like more like some kind of certain farmers or farms you have done it that they've kind of done it a certain way. They're not like a big business kind of thing, but they did pretty well from ones I've tried.
I wonder if they have like a Reaper cheese out. That'd be kind of crazy.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, that'd be different. Um, now I'd be kind of curious of what like a peach ghost scorpion cheese would be like or something, you know? But that'd be me.
Go scorpion cheese.
Yeah, peach ghost scorpion cheese.
Woo.
But I mean, I don't know. For some reason, I've been kind of appreciating the flavor of the peach ghost scorpions too. But
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
tried like a third of a pod. What was it like? Maybe like 2 months ago. That thing had some nice heat to it.
yeah, that's the plus side about those. Those will definitely bring in some heat. Um, but yeah.
Rocky said your new candies are the bomb. The lemon and chocolate are his favorite. Is the lemon like a hard candy or like a
It's
taffy
more
or
like
something?
got the texture of like a chocolate kind of a thing. Yeah, it's got more like the texture of like a chocolate, but it's got like a good lemon flavor. But it's not like one of those sour lemon flavors. It's got just a lemon flavor of lemon kind of thing, but more of the creamy texture of like a good chocolate.
Yeah, this sounds good. And you said the lemon has some heat to it.
Yeah, the batch lemon I made was fairly hot.
I was gonna say after you eat dinner, that'd be good just to eat like a
Yeah, I mean,
like almost like a mint or something.
mm, yeah, it'd be pretty good to have after after like you eat or something. But I mean, but yeah, the watermelon ones are pretty good. Some of the people like that have been letting try watermelon. Some of them will taste like say it almost tastes like a flavor of a gum, or like Charles was saying, almost like a Jolly Rancher.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I remember last year everybody was always talking about which one was the hottest one when they were all trying it. They didn't know this if the strawberry or the caramel or
Yeah, I mean that really usually the heat can vary depending on the batch, and it also depends on if a person specifies they want it hotter or not too. So, but
yeah, Happy
yeah,
Pepper said he didn't know that you made edibles and stuff.
yeah, yeah, but yeah, yeah, I've been experimenting with that. It's hard candy flavor, red velvet flavor.
Like the cake?
Yeah, it's kind of like a dessert, kind of a hard candy though. Went with the red velvet flavor. I let Rob try some before. He said he liked that before, liked that flavor a lot.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I'm waiting on a bunch of supplies from the post office still. I ordered
Uh,
a bunch of stuff, but it's taken forever. Like I'm gonna be using a bunch of the boxes to organize stuff for my growing area inside, and they have these cool labels too that you can get. They're for free and stuff, like a big label pad, and I'm gonna use those. And um, they have these new boxes that are the size of like a board game, like 23 inches long, 10 inches wide, and I'm gonna use that to elevate some stuff. And so I'm just waiting on all that stuff too.
nice.
Some bubble mailers, like just to organize seeds and stuff too. And
Yeah, those bubble mailers come in pretty handy. Um, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know, man. I need to be careful with the amount of seeds I'm in intake now because I've been I've been realizing for a while now that I just need to watch out or I end up having like get a storage room or something.
you got too many seeds.
Yeah, pretty much. I still
I
got seeds
I'm
that
guilty.
seeds like
I'm guilty of that too, man. Like if I have like a couple peppers of the same variety, I'll literally take the seeds out of like each one and take a picture and label it like a three lobe variant, cool shaped pheno, and and I'll just have hundreds of bags of just random stuff.
yeah. I mean, there's still seeds I have saved from like about 4 or 5 years ago, man.
Ah,
I mean, and every so often I'll pull those seeds out just to use them up, and they still work. You know, it's just like it's like I mean, whatever works works. I mean, if they still continue to grow, I'll grow them out.
do you have a favorite variety of the year that you've liked that you'll grow again next year?
Um, this year is kind of hard to say, but I think one of the varieties that I continue to grow is this Red Reaper variant that I got from a local farm or something like a couple of season or two ago. There's this variant that I grew out that has those typical Reaper shapes, but they're a little more denser, and they're loaded with they a lot. You know, almost nearly each pod was really loaded up with central tissue. I mean, like real dense uh, and the plant's pretty nice. And I don't know. I'm going to try to continue to grow those out, but I don't know. There's a few Ultra Hots hybrids I've been toying with, so I don't know. It's more like I've been experimenting around with different varieties and stuff. So
Yeah, I remember you were posting a lot of cool looking stuff for snacks and the PLC peppers. You said like snack time pepper, and they were like chocolate
um,
pods and stuff, like chocolate marugas or something.
yeah, I was doing that a decent amount at work. I mean, I'd be like walk into work one just to start the morning off. I'd munch on a hot pepper, and then break time would be another a scorpion, and another one would be a different type of a hot pepper or ghost pepper or something. So, I mean,
Yeah, I ate a what was it? I'm trying to think of one of the ones that was one of the hotter ones I ate recently. Oh, I think it was a piece of MA Wartrix. I ate like maybe like a fourth of the pod, and that thing was hot. The thing is,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But I've also been noticing lots and lots and lots of new varieties been popping out lately.
oh yeah, man. There's so many varieties. And the crazy thing is like people would take something that's already crossed like 3 or 4 times with something, and then they'll mix it with something else that's already been crossed like a couple times, and you'll get a whole new thing. So there's about
Yeah,
like at least four different peppers involved in some of these new crosses.
yeah. And there's a lot of some of the ones that I just seen. It'll be even natural variants of different ones popping up, and it's just like wow. But um, I don't know. There's just lots of different things popping out here and there. It's just kind of hard to keep up some of these years when they come up with new stuff randomly. But I
I'm
don't know. I'm
surprised
still with,
I'm surprised there's not more people focusing on like more sweeter varieties, like creating more delicious, flavorful ones and everything.
yeah. There's still some pretty flavorful ones that aren't so hot that are out there. Um, but I don't know. It just really depends on what because a lot of people are hyping up more about the ultra hots now.
Yeah,
But
I can't even like. I think we were talking about this the other night. We were like, yeah, if you can't do nothing with them, you got a whole bunch of them. Like you can either freeze them, dehydrate them, turn them into powder, sauce, and a lot of them you can't eat. You know, every day.
yeah, yeah. I know plenty of people, even people that I'm related to that just, you know, won't go any higher than a jalapeno level. It's
Oh
just like,
yeah,
and yeah, I understand that and all, but to me, jalapeno level, I mean, to me, it's just like, oh man.
you ever heard of that jalapeno, where it's supposed to be just like a jalapeno, but with no heat at all, but just the flavor?
Yeah, I've heard about those. I actually see those at the stores where they're going to sell some little seedlings and that. And I was like, I was debating on whether or not to get one. For a couple of family members that like the jalapenos, but they don't like them. They don't like spicy. But I was like, yeah, never mind. I was like, yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I'm me myself. I don't know if I would actually use that too much. I would have probably been growing those peppers on that and probably giving them away. But I don't know. I could have probably used that one and maybe to do something with. I'm not sure what maybe experiment around. I don't know. But I mean, I don't know. I could probably do something with them, but I probably wouldn't eat too many of them. Just plain old jalapenos. But I like to have jalapenos to have some kind of something to
I was looking up online the other day, and they said there's one variety called like Biker Billy jalapeno, and they said it was like bred to be like one of the hottest ones.
them. Oh, yeah, I've heard about that one. I'm not sure if I've tried it or not.
I
But
think it was made by one of the companies that does the seedlings and everything.
oh, okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but there was one type of plant that I was kind of impressed by this year. It was I got a few of the plants from some of the stores that were uh, it was a breed of habanero. Um, it was like one that was it's supposed to be an orange habanero type. I think I sent you, Rob, and a few other people some of the pods from them or something like that.
Oh
And
yeah, those orange like funky looking jalapeno. I mean habaneros. Those were really good.
yeah, yeah, and I
They
even
were
had a
pretty
basic
good too.
orange habanero growing near it this year, and these plants like would dwarf the basic orange habanero plant. I mean, it'd be looked beefier type of plants, more structured, more rigid, and just overall looked a lot better than the regular basic orange habanero plant that I had over there, and they've produced a lot in some good sized pots. So I don't know. I think to me that'd be worth giving a try. And the stores were actually selling the seedlings at $1.50 a plant. So I was like, that's why I ended up getting a few of
Oh,
them.
cool. Did they show like a picture of them, like what they were supposed to be, and they turned out to be like more gnarlier than what they
Well,
showed?
yeah, yeah. It's basically they showed the picture saying it was habanero, and then they just showed a picture of some basic orangish yellow habaneros, and then when they started coming out, I was like, wait, hold up. But yeah,
Yeah, when I was at one of them stores, like up on like the shelf, the top of the shelves, they had like a big storage container, and it said 2018 seeds, and they just stuck them all in a box and put them up on the shelf, and they're probably going to put them out next year as soon as
yeah,
it comes.
yeah. But I don't know. I could say that for plant, if anybody's looking for a plant that's got some heat to it, but that can be very productive, and and they're not looking for extreme heat, then habaneros would be a way to go. But, I don't know.
Yeah, I love
I
habaneros.
probably want to.
There's so many cool different varieties around that heat level.
Yeah, yeah. I've ever since I grew chocolate habaneros a few years back, I was always liking those. But
Do you are you growing chocolate habaneros?
not at the moment. But I mean, I like chocolate habaneros because the plants wouldn't get too massive, but they'd get really loaded up, and they can produce a fair amount of heat for them. I mean, at least around 500,000 Scoville units.
Yeah, the
But,
I was growing a chocolate habanero this year, and I love like they had like a nice smoky heat to it.
yeah. And then chocolate Scotch bonnets are pretty good, but um, I don't know. I mean, so those could be give or take on the heat level range, but uh,
I've seen a couple chocolate Scotch bonnets where when I cut them open, they had like really large cells inside of it, where like almost like a bell pepper. When
yeah,
you cut it open, like you could see like the cell wall was like just like a bell pepper's inside.
yeah, yeah. They could get some good sized pods on those as well. Um, they have a pretty decent flavor. Um, but yeah, it really depends on those ones. I can see why people use those to cook with.
Rocky said, "Do the chocolate Scotch bonnets actually have the bonnet shape?"
Um, they can have a bonnet shape, but it's just really depends. I've seen some chocolate Scotch bonnets come out with some similar near habanero-ish shape, but as far as I've known, Scotch bonnets and habaneros are close cousins anyway. So I mean, I mean, they're not entirely too far off from each other.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty cool ones people posted, throughout the years. Where they have like the perfect looking pheno, where it kind of almost looks like a Maruga, like
Yeah,
the way the bottom looks like,
yeah. Like a couple
and very
seasons
shiny,
ago, I
like
even
very
sent
glossy and shiny.
I even sent some a few of the chocolate scotch bonnets I grew out. If I remember right, I even sent one to Kangstar. But yeah, it was
Oh, okay. I think he has a picture with one of them in his hand or something.
but yeah, chocolate scotch bonnets can have some pretty cool shapes, and those can be fairly productive as well. Nice structure on the plants. Um, but let's see. But there, I don't know. I've seen some just different types that have been pretty cool to have around. Um, ever since I started growing, I even started growing moringas and whatnot. And moringas are always nice to have around if you're looking to pack some heat. Um, yeah.
You ever had a some caramel pods and stuff?
Uh, I think I have. Yeah. Some of the caramel ones, when they get so ripe to a point, they're almost hard to tell apart from chocolate pods almost. I mean, depending on how deep of a caramel color they get. But yeah. Let me see. I don't know. There's just a lot of different pods to go through.
You still got some of the smaller plants in the coffee containers?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a bell pepper, ornamental, and Count Dracula in that right now. But
Does that Count Dracula have a bunch of seeds in it, like a black pearl or?
Count Draculas can have a fair amount of seeds. I wouldn't say a whole mess of seeds, but they can have a fair amount of seeds. But Count Draculas can have a fairly decent flavor to them.
Yeah, they look pretty cool with the dark leaves and everything, and like those like blood red pods that I'm not sure how long they take to ripen.
Yeah, it doesn't take entirely too long, but I don't mind having Count Draculas around because they're nice addition to the color and they add good color contrast to the garden.
Yeah, Rocky said caramel devil's tongue. Someone I was speaking with a couple people and we were talking about caramel versus chocolate pods, and they said that they prefer the caramel ones because it doesn't have that much of a floral taste to it compared to a chocolate pod.
Um, I think that can kind of vary depending on the strain. Um, I've had different types of strains that have had their own ways of being floral, like like a red pod, like a Butch tea. Butch tea, scorpion, those can be really floral. Um, some chocolate pods can be pretty floral. Uh, and it really depends. It can kind of. you can go up and down on the color scheme of it. Um, to me, it can vary. There can be some there can be some Bootless that can be floral, but I mean that can vary on the who's growing it, the type of Bootlet it is, the environment it's grown in, and this, that, and the other thing. So I mean, I don't know.
You ever
There's
tried
no
any of
stuff.
those bubblegum varieties? The BV G7s?
What's that?
You ever tried any of the bubblegum peppers? Like any of the variants or anything?
Yeah, yeah, those ones can be pretty decent, but I mean that's one thing is seven pot peppers can be have some floralness to them. Although there, I've done some times where I've tried some of those ones. There's some of the bubble gums, some seven pot bubble gums have that bleeding calyx, but some of the seven pot bubble gums don't have the bleeding calyx. Um, but more the seven pot bubble gum is more well known for having the bleeding calyx part. But um, but yeah, I've tried the ones with the no calyx, and it just makes it look more like looks more like a Moruga scorpion. But um, yeah, so I don't know. There's just so much to go by in regards to flavors and what comparing more floral and not floral.
Yeah, I seen there's a whole bunch of cool variants of those that I was looking online and seeing a whole bunch of different things. I think there's even a chocolate bubble gum out right now.
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah,
always looking at a bunch of different stuff and checking out checking out everybody's peppers and different seed vendors and just seeing what's new and
yeah. Um, yeah. In regards to growing peppers and all that, I'm open to trying new varieties and stuff like that. I mean, there's sometimes I'll try some varieties just to try them out to see how they turn out, and if I don't like them, then I will might not grow them the next year. But um, like one that's not a bad grow is the CPRs. Those ones are pretty decent,
ooh,
but those can be a little different. Um, that one didn't really kick into more high drive and producing a lot of ripe pods until later in the season. Mm. And the pods were particularly large, but each one of those is got it can pack some heat. But I mean the flavor varies a little bit on the pod.
yeah, I never tried one of those. You tried one of the BTRs?
Yeah, I've tried BTR. Yeah, those are pretty decent. I mean, I like them to a point, but in regards to flavor, I like the flavor in Butch Tea Scorpions, but I know a lot of people will be like, "Oh, I don't like how floral they are." Well, that's kind of kind of part of the reason why I like them, but that's me. I mean, I've always kind of had a thing for the Butch Tea Scorpions. But
Oh, speaking of
yeah,
Butch T, I was looking around and I seen something. There's a new one out called Butch T Super Scorpion. Like it's like a new one, I guess, that he released. And it's like I don't know if it's supposed to be larger or more hotter than the other one. I have no idea.
yeah, I think I heard somebody mention something about it, but I don't think I've actually had it growing. But yeah, um, but yeah, I don't know, man. There's just always but there's also a plus side about a lot of some of the big name stores now is they're kind of broadening their horizons on the choices of peppers they got. I mean, they're kind of being, it seems like they're more open to looking to try new things compared to what they used to be like. But,
Yeah, I'm always trying different peppers, and some of them, you know, like what was I gonna say? They look really cool and everything, but when you try them, you don't like them.
yeah, there's some peppers that seem like they're cool, but they're after you try them, you may not like them. But I mean, like with the CPR, I've heard people say the CPR they didn't really care for the flavor on those, but I mean that can kind of depend a little bit. But I understand how some people don't like the chocolate varieties and the flavor wise though.
Let her go ham. Yeah, I'm just chilling. What time did you start the live stream?
Uh, around seven something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got the notification, but I got back home and just wanted to hop in.
Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow, um, for the live stream, I'm gonna be trying some pepper powder and sauces and from Happy Pepper with Rob.
Okay. That's cool.
You still got stuff in the Aero Garden going?
Um, I'm probably going to switch out a couple of the things and take out a couple of these ones so I can start a couple of new seeds. Um, but probably going to go ahead and um, I'm probably going to go ahead and re-up on supplies for the cups and the sponges and that. Um, but since I haven't seen any activity in one of the things in Narrow Garden, I'm probably going to take that out, put a new seed in there. The Sugar Rush is doing all right. I'm probably debating on whether or not to take that out and put it in you know, put it in one something like a little cracky setup. But I don't know. I still got a little bit of time yet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I imagine it'd be cold all the way until like what the end of February.
Yeah, at least. So,
You got
yeah.
another 3, 4 months.
So yeah, around here, Illinois sucks for the Midwest sucks for the winter. So I mean, there's a lot of people. Well, yeah, snow's pretty. Like, no, not that cool. I mean, snow looks good though on paper, but once you try to get to and back and forth where you got to go, you got to worry about hitting a sheet of ice or something, or then you
Oh
got to go like
man,
5 miles an hour. Take like an hour and a half to get like 20. Just normally it only takes you like about 10 minutes to get somewhere. I mean, I don't mind snow here or there, but in general, doesn't make for good easy time to get around. But
yeah, it's nice out here. Here in Florida this time of year. So I'm glad I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff going on outside, and hopefully you'll have a bunch of peppers going on. Um, then I can start some new ones. I was
yeah,
telling everybody in the one of the live streams before, man, I had this a 5 gallon tote with a bunch of seedlings in it, and I guess somehow I don't know if mosquitoes got into the water reservoir in the garage when I had it open or what, but when I opened it up, dude, there was like hundreds of little bugs in there, and they were flying out of it, and there was like larvae on the um, on the air pump, and it was crazy. I had to scrap all of them.
oh man,
They were all ruined. It was horrible. I've never seen anything like that before, where the mosquitoes or something got in there and infested the whole water reservoir.
yeah, that sucks. When mosquitoes get into something, they really get into something. So
There was probably 100 mosquitoes that were flying out of it, and like little larvae everywhere, all over the root systems and everything. And the plants were like, I was wondering what was going on, and then when I opened it up, it was crazy. At least I hope that they were mosquitoes. If they're not mosquitoes, then I don't know what they could be.
yeah, I mean, there's also those little water flies and stuff like that. But those mosquitoes, once they start getting producing, they just reproduce like crazy. I mean, I've
First, I
even
thought they
seen
were
it
fungus
before.
gnats,
Like,
but I don't
what's
know.
that?
First, I thought they were fungus gnats, but then I think Rob Z said those sound like mosquitoes. How fast
Yeah,
that they
it's quite possible it's mosquitoes because mosquitoes like water that's just kind of sitting around a lot. Um, but in any case like that, when you get mosquitoes in the spot where you got some water, you got to do what you can do to flush that water out or something. Because I mean, I've seen it before where I remember some years ago when somebody had like this old little fish tank kind of sitting outside on their porch or something for a while. They had about like a few inches of water just sitting in it, and they just left it sitting there for a few months out in the summer. I was like, I went up on their porch and knocked on their door one day. I looked in the water. I was like, ah, you could see all the little babies swimming around in there. Mosquitoes from popping around. It was like, oh no.
Yeah,
I
it,
mean,
it,
it's just
it
like,
was
what?
crazy. I've had a lot of problems with like those little water reservoir totes and stuff. There's always something going on,
Yeah.
especially whenever they're out in the
I
garage
know. I've
and the heat.
noticed. I've noticed that with the Cracky style methods or hydroponic methods is that with these ones, especially if it's similar to Cracky style, is it's got to be cleaned out every like a few weeks tops or something like that. It's just like I mean, because otherwise water starts getting all funky, gets cloudy, bugs get attracted to it. And it's just like I know it seems a little annoying to be doing it, so, so frequently, but I mean, if that keeps the plant going and the bug reduces the bugs, then I guess that's what I have to do. But
Oh, and the liquid that was in there, it was fish emulsion, like fish fertilizer.
oh,
Yeah.
oh, the fish emulsion. Okay.
So I don't know if that maybe attracted them or what.
Yeah, I think that could be a good way to track some bugs because yeah, bugs like some stuff like that.
Yeah, because when it is in the hot garage, it's kind of smelt like like fish food, like at a pet store or something. And
Yeah,
when as soon as I opened it up, they were flying out of the tote, and all the root systems were ruined and just covered in like larvae. It was horrible. I didn't even want to take a picture because it was just I just needed to get it outside and throw it out.
yeah, I hear you on that. That's disappointing when stuff like that happens.
And then the crazy part was, bro, I literally just put that stuff in there like maybe a week and a half before this happened. So all that happened within like a week and a half.
Yeah, yeah, that sucks, man. And yeah, stuff like mosquitoes, they can produce pretty quick. Um, but yeah, that sucks when something like that happens, man. When you just get something
Yeah,
going, and all of a
there was
sudden
about 20 seedlings in that tote. Like I drilled 20 um like 1 inch holes in it, just to plug in some seedlings with and yeah, they were in there for about, maybe 2 months, and they were all about 4 inches tall. Like I was literally about to transplant all of them into cups, and then all that stuff happened. And it was
yeah,
20 different varieties too. Like they weren't all the same.
yeah, that does suck for that to have happened, man.
Yep. So maybe this time I'll try the same thing, but inside without fish emulsion and try to use more of a straight hydroponic nutrient that doesn't have any type of um, fish emulsion or kelp in it or anything.
Yeah. Um, I know there's farmers around. I've seen farmers use use Dyna-Gro, but I don't know. I don't know how well they use that out in the fields, but yeah,
Yeah, Craig said it might have been something in the mixture of the fish stuff. I'm not sure if there's any natural bacteria that something could have happened when that mixture got heated up by just be sitting in the garage. I'm not sure. Like with the right conditions, I'm not sure like what it could have been.
yeah. It could. If it's fish emulsion, then yeah, then that's definitely a thing that can attract bugs in any kind of way, shape, or form. I mean, that's all it really takes is just a couple to get in there, and then next thing you know,
Oh yeah, yeah. And same thing happened too, man, with the white flies. I had a couple got in when I had the garage open, where I have my plants at starting, and then they just multiplied like crazy. But I got
yeah,
those taken care of. Those are all gone, thankfully.
yeah, those Wi-Fi's produce really fast.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, I made a whole bunch of sticky traps with you can go to like your painting section at a store and just grab all the yellow paint cards, and then you rub Vaseline or petroleum jelly on the yellow cards, and then you hang them from string everywhere. And then once the light hits those yellow painting cards with the petroleum jelly, the white flies stick to it, and then they die because they can't fly off of it. So there'd be like 1,000 stuck to each card, and I would just keep changing them out, changing them out, and it worked, man.
Yeah, yeah. That's the thing is those Wi-Fi. I've seen how those Wi-Fi's get around. They get around pretty fast. Yeah, I mean, There's been sometimes, depending on the time of year, those whiteflies can just be around like crazy. Um, but this year mosquitoes were pretty bad for a little while, late in the season. But then all of a sudden it was just like they popped up for really fast, like just like overnight, really fast, and then they were hard for about a month. And next thing you know, they're gone. It was like, all right.
Yeah, someone told me too that a lot of those type of natural, like, quote, organic fertilizers, they're not meant to be made, um, I don't know, used in certain ways. Um, and then some of the hydroponic fertilizers, they're not meant to be stagnant like in water. Like the hydroponic ones are supposed to be, you know, used with aeration and stuff. I don't know. I'm still trying to get all that stuff down because it's definitely quicker. I grew those plants so quick that it outgrew the ones in the cups. Maybe I'll try it again, but inside.
Man.
Yeah, even Rocky said it, and Craig, they've had a hard time with insects this year too.
Yeah, insects can be weird. I mean, um, yeah, it just really depends. A few years ago, I was planting some potatoes, and the plants were getting affected by these. They looked like it was only on the potato plants. They looked like like they had like a red color with some dots on them, similar, almost like a ladybug, but they weren't ladybugs because they didn't have a hard shell, and they're more like I don't know. It's just like they're chewing up all the foliage on the potato plants. It was weird. I mean, and they wouldn't attack anything else, but yeah, it was different.
Yeah, and then also too, this was the first time I've ever got aphids on some of the plants, and I heard that my fabric containers were just sitting in the grass, the wet, moist grass, and then I heard that the ants carry the aphids up the plant. So if you see a bunch of ants crawling up your plant, more than likely you'll have some aphids coming too.
Oh, that reminds me. This past year at the beginning of the season, or earlier this year, when I was going to get possibly looking at this place that had some garden plants, and I was looking at some of the pepper plants, and I by chance lifted a leaf up. I was like, oh no! I was like, I'm not getting that plant. And there were some really big, massive aphids, man. They look like aphids on steroids. I mean, you know how aphids usually look like little small guys.
Yeah.
Well, these ones were big. I was like,
Oh,
whoa.
did they those might have been woolly aphids. Did they look kind of like larger and a little bit white?
Well, yeah, they look like larger versions of aphids, but I mean, you could tell they look just like aphids and all that. It's just, I don't know. Uh, the color. I don't know if they're taking on more of the color of the plant since they're trying to hide on the plant, but but yeah, they had that color like they had that look exactly like aphids do. So yeah. I was thinking about getting one of these plants, and I seen all these little aphids on the leaves, and I'm like, nope, I'm not going to bring that in my garden.
Yeah, it was bro, it was crazy. I bought some mushroom compost from one of the box stores, and as soon as I opened it up, there was fungus gnats and all types of bugs all all through that stuff. So I took it back, and she said, "Yeah, we've been having a lot of problems with mushroom compost and the manure, the composted manure with bugs all in them." And I don't think that
Yeah,
they're beneficial bugs because some of them were flying out of the bag when I opened it up.
yeah, um, yeah. I don't know. I mean, some of the stuff from the stores isn't bad if you know where you're going, but the thing is if they, I don't know, you can't trust every single bag that you get. I mean, just like I don't know. I don't really trust every single bag that I get from somewhere, man. I mean, I don't know. I can trust some of them, but I get a little leery sometimes. Um, 'Cause you don't know some of the times during transport if there's a possibility of bugs getting in there at any certain point, depending on which stop and where they went.
Yeah, I got some. I got like 4 yards, 4 cubic yards of soil from my friend's local soil company. It's been composted for like I think at least 5 years. So I just got that stuff. It was very cheap. And the only problem was picking all of it up and unloading
Yeah,
everything.
yeah,
Because I don't think I'm gonna be planting nothing in the ground here because it's very sandy and it's not really soil.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I get what you're saying on that. Sandy, I don't know. That really depends on how you set it up and everything. But I mean, do whatever works for you. I mean, if you have better luck growing that in containers or however you do it, then by all means do that.
I think
But
Rob was saying for me to try to make a raised bed and then just amend it with a little bit of soil. And then since the bottom part would be like sand from my yard, that the roots would hit the water table quicker. And because if I dig like a foot down, I already hit water here.
okay. Actually, a raised bed wouldn't be a bad idea if you have it raised up at a decent height, and you wouldn't really have to be hunched over as well. Then you can be standing more of a standing up position, easier when you're tending to it. But
Yeah, I might make a raised bed and plant two of the same plants, like one in a container next to it and one in the raised bed, and see how each one does. Just do like a little experiment for next year.
yeah, yeah, if you do it that way, I mean, it's not a bad idea. I mean, I've thought of raised beds before, but I mean, I don't know. I think those raised beds can work depending on the person's situation. Uh, like, uh, like if somebody has like a really rocky soil, or like you said, you got really a lot of sand in your soil. Some people have a lot of clay. Really depends. So,
Yo, what's up, Rob? Um, Craig said anyone tried growing peppers in 5-gallon buckets like the tomato fad a couple years back. Yeah, I think a lot of people grow them in 5-gallon buckets. I think the majority of the people in the PLC grow in a lot of 5-gallon buckets too, just because it's easier and you can move them around wherever you want. And some people make the hydroponic water reservoir.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, 5 gallon buckets can work. I mean, if you do like the double, like the double bucket method, like what people do with the double cup methods, that seems to work. Um, yeah, that's really the 5 gallon buckets are a lot easier to move around than some of the buckets or containers I've used.
Oh, we
Um,
said hang it upside down. I never seen nobody grow with the bucket upside down or hang it upside down. I'd have to look that up. I think you said people were growing tomatoes like that.
oh yeah, yeah. Hold on a second. That reminds me.
Yeah, I got a ton of buckets for free at like those wholesale club stores. You go over by the bakery or the meat department or the deli, and you ask them for their used buckets, and they'll gladly give you them. I think I picked up like 34-gallon buckets, and they just gladly gave them to me. I just washed them out when I got home. Some of them had icing in it from the bakery, and some of them had like pickle brine in it. But hey, they were all for free, and they're all food grade. But they're white. They're solid white. So I don't know if some people don't like that.
Yeah, here I got this thing at the store just earlier.
Oh, cool, cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean they were selling it for $1. I figured why not, I mean I remember seeing commercials about these things, but I don't know. I don't know how well it will really do. I've heard about it, I've seen about it, but I've never really done it too much. So I don't know. I've seen some of people actually doing it before because I've drove by and seen some people actually having like like this. They took some boards and 2x4s and did like a kind of like it looked like a big frame, like a little wooden thing, and they had a few plants hanging upside down from it. It's not bad in concept, but
I want to see somebody grow a pepper plant like that.
yeah, that's the thing is I'd be interested in seeing pepper plants like that, but I
Oh, hey,
don't know how well that actually would play out given the plants.
Rocky said he grew purple bell peppers upside down and it worked great. Yeah, Craig said he was thinking that if the plants are off the ground, it might help with pest control. I've seen a bunch of people putting down like these like little plastic looking plates underneath their containers, or they'll lay down landscape fabric to help with that. And I've
That
even
could
seen
really
people put like
depend.
little brick pavers underneath it. Like if you have them laying around, or if you have only a few plants, get some cinder blocks and put the containers on the cinder blocks if you have them laying around.
Yeah, that could really depend. Um, that really can really depend on where a person lives and what kind of pests they got to deal with. Um, Now around here, one of the biggest things about containers is given a certain time of year is squirrels. So
Yeah, I got squirrels here too.
man, squirrels love containers. Man, they love containers so bad.
Yeah, they rip up the topsoil and they bury things because they know that the topsoil of a container is generally looser than, just dirt on the ground. So they just rip it up and hide stuff in it.
Oh yeah, but I mean there'll be even times where, you know, you could even just I've even seen I've come back from work when and then I'll just be having a look around, be like, what the heck? There'll just be like a hole just dug straight to the bottom and inside one side of the container, and and there won't be any kind of walnut or anything around in sight, but there'll be just a hole, a good sized hole you can see it's just dug straight to the bottom. It's like you little. I was like, this guy. It's like they do it just to mess with people. It seems like in a way. I know they're doing some other stuff, but it almost seems like they're just like, oh well. Seems like they're bored and decided to do something.
Yeah, even Rob said he said he finds a lot of peanuts in his buckets. Same thing with me too, man. One of my neighbors, I caught him. He dumped out a whole grocery bag of peanuts in his yard to attract, like, all the squirrels. Then they would come in my yard and bury all the peanuts all in my pepper containers, and it would rip up all the roots and everything. So I'd come out in the morning, there'd be peanut shells everywhere in my containers with all the roots just exposed, showing all in there. So I know what you mean
Well,
about that.
luckily enough for me, I don't see anybody around here doing peanut shells or nothing like that. But, I mean, but still, the squirrels around here, they like getting into stuff. I mean, they really like the pumpkins around here. So,
Yeah, that is true. Rocky said that the algae can form on the white buckets if you're using any type of hydro newts or anything, nutrients. Like the buckets I have outside I got for free, there's like algae on them. I got to clean them all off before I use them.
yeah. Yeah, I think that's more like because the white buckets sunlight can penetrate them more, you know. But so it's like ones that have like something darker, it's harder for the light to penetrate into them, which helps the algae to grow. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even imagine if I had black containers, like in the sun here, they would probably
Yeah.
get so hot that it'd probably cook the roots because it's like 95 degrees sometimes here and humidity's almost at 100%. So that's why I wanted to go
Yeah.
fabric containers. But now the problem with the fabric containers is that if you don't have any type of irrigation system, constantly watering them, my fabric containers dry out every day, and I have to go out there every day and water them because it's just so hot. So I don't know. I got to find something where maybe it'll give me a couple days in between of watering.
I don't know if you could get like a little paint on it or something, Some people spray paint theirs. Um, some people use whatever. I mean, whatever just kind of blocks out the light to get into it. Some people use foil over theirs, and some people use different methods, whatever reduces light penetration. But yeah, so,
Hey, Robert said that he traps the squirrels and releases them in the park.
well, he better be sure he releases them uh like at least about I would say a good 5 or so miles away from where he did them because for some odd reason squirrels seem to be able to find their way back.
You got a squirrel just traveling across the city to get back to your garden.
I mean, it's like they know where they're at. They're like, oh yeah, I recognize that tree over there. That's my buddies. But I don't know, man. It's like they kind of have like this thing where they, with the memory and stuff like that, they just recognize stuff. Uh, but I don't know, man. It's- Squirrels are something else, man. I mean, they could be pretty funny too.
Yeah, I got like hundreds of lizards all in the yard too, and I got these big lizards. They're like iguanas. They came
Yeah.
from by Miami and stuff, and they got like red heads and black tails, and they're huge. They're like over a foot long, and they're everywhere.
Yeah, my sister used to have an iguana as a pet. Yeah, I didn't really care for guys too much. I don't know. She'd always want me to be like, hey, man, could you go throw that thing into fill this the thing up with some water and put them in it? I'm like, what? You want me to grab the iguana? And then, man, have some of the times you go up and grab the iguana, the thing will start all puffing up, trying to smack you with his tail. That thing iguana must have been weighed like about 25, 30 pounds. But, yeah. Oh boy. Oh, man. Yeah, so I don't know, man. I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do with some of my older scenes and whatnot.
You just let yours like the rain water yours, or do you go out there manually and water each plant, or have any type of system?
Uh, that really depends on how the season goes. I mean, for the most part, I usually go out there and water it myself, but I did have for a little while some rain barrels, but rain barrels would only last so long. So like I'd only be able to water X amount of plants with the rain barrel. So I mean barrels would only last but for so many plants and then not have to use the water. And so so basically, yeah, it'd just be a lot of it would have to then use the hose on them.
Yeah, Craig said he got a like a water timer, and he put a four-way splitter on it.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea to do that, but because I noticed that it's very time consuming to be, especially at least in my experience with the plants I deal with, takes quite a bit of time, maneuvering around with the hose, getting around to every single plant that you can and watering it all right, decently. And especially given sometimes of the season, you have to do it on nearly daily. So, Yeah. Um, I've noticed that in regards to watering, is if you keep watering them sometime in the morning or in the afternoon. I mean, when I've watered them in the morning, or when I would have time to water them in the morning, that'd be before it would start getting warm and warmed up or anything. And then in the evening it'd be cooler, so that's not a bad time to do it either.
Yeah, I was reading somewhere, or I think Rob was saying it, that if you in the middle of the afternoon, if you water your plants with cold water, it'll like shock the roots or something like that.
Yeah, it really depends on the time in the afternoon you do it because like by the time I would do it after I would get off work, that would be it gets to be a certain time in the afternoon to where it's not like where it's generally cooling off a bit a little. So I mean, I'd end up spending some time in the evening doing that, and then yeah, so it wouldn't be too. It's not too bad doing it a certain way. I mean, a lot of people do prefer to do it in the evening. There are some people that prefer to do it in the morning, but general guideline is try not to do it in midday or at the highest heat points of the day.
Yeah, I usually just go out there whenever I have time. Just go out there and do it. I cut back a bunch of them, and they're starting to grow back after like 2 weeks. They're already growing back better than they were before I cut them back. After all the pest damage and everything, the mites have been crazy this year, man. Oh man, I had like 3 plants that got ruined by mites. I segregated them away from everything else, and hopefully that worked. It literally killed my whole plant that was like 3 foot tall. I tried to treat it, but it just kept killing the branches. It looked like something was sucking the life out of it. Like the
Yeah,
branches would just die off, and then it spread to the main stalk. And
yeah.
have you ever had mites on any of your plants? Because I know you have a bunch of plants that are close together.
Um, Normally with a lot of my plants, I do get different critters here or there, all going around the plants, but for the most part, a lot of stuff that kind of goes in and around there, there's usually different insects attacking different insects, and some of them are, you know, I don't know, I just get a lot of them that hunt down each other down and stuff. So, I mean, it all really depends. I mean, I'm not saying there hasn't been any ever that's been around the garden, but it seems like for the most part, there's usually a host of different other bugs that'll take care of any other kind of problematic type ones. And usually they can work as little guardians for the garden. So, uh,
Yeah,
um,
Happy Pepper says he puts on a pot of coffee and enjoys the morning weather as he waters his plants.
yeah, yeah. There's been a number of times where I'd have some coffee going. I'll grab a good big cup of coffee and go out in the garden. But,
Craig said mixing flowers with your plants helps too, like I guess around them.
it can. It can help to attract some of the pollinators and such. I mean, it really depends. You gotta be careful of the types of flowers because some flowers can also attract some problem bugs too.
I want to plant a bunch of what's it called? A bunch of mint and what's the other? There's another herb too. It's supposed to keep bugs away and everything, mosquitoes and bugs away.
Yeah. For the past several seasons, I've been having mint naturally come back because there's this lady that was living up the street. She's the mother of my cousin of mine's kid, baby mama, whatever, and he and where she kind of like would like to get some garden plants from me before, and so since I gave her a few garden plants, she gave me some mint plant to put in the garden, and some chives, and ever since the mint was planted there, it's been coming back every year. So the mint is nice to have around because you can kind of brush up against it and catch the minty smell in the air, and, and it's not bad because you can use that with foods and such. But for having flowers around the garden, that's always a good thing. I mean, you can attract bees, other butterflies, and other kinds of pollinators around.
Oh yeah, yeah, garlic too, man. I don't know if somebody said lavender did the same thing, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Uh, but there's one thing is, I've heard that some people say about marigolds. Some people think marigolds keeps rabbits away. That's not true. That is not true. I mean, there's been times where I had marigolds all surrounding the edges of where my garden was at. I'd go out there, I'll be out in the garden. Next thing I know, I kind of brush up against the marigold. The freaking rabbit hop out from the marigold and jump off. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, but um,
Do
I
you
guess.
stake your plants too? Like, do you have some supports for them, or you let them hold each other up?
Oh yeah, I usually use stakes and whatnot. Um, I don't really use the cages too much. With some plants I have, depending on the structure of them, because some of them, the structure of some of them don't. Will tend to outgrow those cages, but if they have like more of a certain kind of structure, then they can be decent in those cages. Um, a lot of certain plants I grow, the way they get would be when they would not be able to fit into cages at all. So I have been kind of left at a means of using stakes. So I mean, whatever works on keeping them propped up and staked up, then that's what I'll use. But, I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna look on Craigslist and see if anybody has any like bamboo they don't want, or maybe if I find some, I'll like chop it down or something.
yeah, yeah. At some stores, you can find some of that at decent prices, but you have to kind of browse around. Yeah, but
I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick. I'll be right back.
uh, yeah, Craig, I've kind of learned to kind of embrace having rabbits around. I mean, there's not a, I mean, why fight them? But this year was a decent year to have rabbits around in my garden. The plus side about having rabbits around the garden, they can help refertilize the soil. Um, but I mean, some people will say, "Oh no, they chew on too much stuff." Well, they normally tend to most of the time in my garden they come to mostly hang around, chill about, be about their day, chewing on the any kind of grasses or weeds that may grow around it. I mean, I don't know how many sets of young baby rabbits had went through this year in the garden, which was kind of cool seeing some of the baby rabbits hanging around the garden.
Craig said rebar works awesome.
Yeah,
I wish I can grab or have a bunch of rebar. I don't know. I think it'd be easier for me to get the bamboo, or I've seen people like made their own type of cages. They'll like take like three pieces of wood, like three little posts, and they'll plant the plant and then tie a string around the outside poles and kind of make just like a string leveled structure up the pieces of wood. I'm not sure if that'll work too good though. Oh yes, Rev. Hey, I got a bunch of rabbits too, man. You know, last year there was about 4 or 5. This year there's like 25. So there's tons of rabbits here now too.
yeah. I noticed that this year there's a lot of rabbits hanging around my garden. There's some of them that ended up having several litters right around my garden, and the rabbits would just basically hang out in the garden. I mean, I'd be out there instead of them just running off. Someone would kind of hide under a plant, and then if they notice me get near, they'd run to the other side of the garden, hide under some plants, and then just kind of play hide and seek from me. When I'd be going to one side, you know, to go to the other side of the garden. You know, no matter how much I'd be like trying to make noise to see if they'd run away, I'd just run to the other side of the garden. And you know, every time I'd go to one side, but they wouldn't really mess with the plants too much. So as long as they're not messing with my plants, then I guess it's okay. You know. uh,
He said, Rev said rabbits come in waves. I think it's the 5 years they populate, then they die off, and then they come right back. Yeah, they're big rabbits too. They're like as big as a basketball. I don't know how they're getting that big.
yeah. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I mean, it's just I don't mind any of the critters that come around the garden as long as they aren't trying to mess up my stuff. You know?
Yeah, the rabbits don't mess with none of my peppers. Like I don't know if they can smell something that the other animals can't, because I've seen them come up to the containers, kind of like look at them, like I don't know, and then they just pop off. They don't even mess with them or nothing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, some animals just know better not to mess with certain things, and they know what they do like and they don't like about it. So, but I noticed about the rabbits, they just mostly, you know, just come around chewing on grass and other foliage on the ground. Uh, for the most part, they just kind of, you know, just chill about. But but this year I didn't see too many hawks hanging around. So, which is a good thing because I don't want to be like just pop my head up from behind one of the pepper plants and then see a hawk diving at me. Uh,
Did you ever have a problem with birds like ruining a lot of the peppers?
not too much. I mean, I'm not saying that no birds have ever damaged any peppers at all, but for the most part, a lot of the birds come around and try pecking around in the dirt, trying to grab some worms, which that annoys me because I don't like them snagging on my worms.
Oh
Because
yeah,
worms are good for the soil.
yep.
I don't really like them snagging on the worms that I have in the soil because they're good for the soil. But I'm not going to sit there and try to hunt down every little freaking sparrow that comes around there, or even each little robin or a cardinal. So,
Yeah, whenever I move all my small plants outside, they're all under a foot tall. They're probably like some of them, maybe a couple of them are a foot tall and double cups, and then most of them are about 6 inches to 8 inches tall. Um, I'm going to be bringing a lot of those outside, so hopefully they'll be all right.
yeah. Uh, yeah.
I think it's like 75 or 70 degrees out right now here.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Let me see what the temperature is. Oh, oh no, it says it's 62. That's crazy.
Yeah. I
I
don't
have,
know.
I have a
Me
little closer.
myself, I like it. I like warmer weather. I know a
I
lot
have
of some people. I know a lot of some people around here complain when it gets warm and stuff, but I'd rather it be hot and humid versus fucking cold and icy out. But that's the way I am.
I wanted to grow some of those ricotta's and the Manzano peppers and stuff, but it's just been so hot here that they haven't been doing good.
Yeah, what I've heard, read up on the Ricardo Manzanos, they do better in slightly cooler environments, like around the Andes Mountains and stuff. But, yeah, so
Did you ever end up growing any of those big Manzano peppers you had? Like you got the seeds from?
no, I didn't actually grow them. I mean, I just was like, I gave the seeds out. I think I gave all the seeds I had for those to Gage. I was like, I told him I'd give them to him so he could have them, and sent him a package and stuff. So I just figured I wasn't going to have too much use for the seeds, and why not? I just gave him a whole bunch of them. So, I mean, even though I like to grow Manzano, I just don't really. I'm not feeling too compelled to deal with, growing those personally too much. It's mostly to do with initially getting them started off, but that's what I've been gathering. There's a lot of times initially what's more of a challenge is getting them started off.
Were those hotter than like a habanero or?
Some of them can actually. There were some of them that I had gotten before that actually it had the heat level of like a habanero, if not hotter. But generally, there's going to be people saying, well, they can't get that hot. They're not going to get that hot. Well, you're going to get pepper of that massive weight. You eat something like that. There's definitely a heat level of it, a habanero, depending on the pot as well. Uh, I know there's conflicting things depending on the Scoville scale.
You ever had any like white peppers, like the white ghost or white habanero or anything like that?
I've had the some of those Peruvian white habaneros and some other white type of peppers, and those are interesting. But for some reason, I've noticed a lot of white pies tend to have some similar flavor profiles to them. But just like a lot of yellow pods, they usually tend to have like similar flavor profiles in them. But uh, it just really depends on which strain, I guess.
I haven't really been seeing too many people grow like like orange variety peppers where they ripen to like an orange. So I kind of been looking around for some cool varieties like that too.
Um, like what do you mean, like an ultra hot or?
Oh well, yeah, well, any like yeah, maybe something like that. Because I know a lot of them, if you leave them on the plant long enough, they'll like turn red. Or you know, I haven't really seen too many like nice bright orange peppers that ripen to that.
Uh, yeah, I mean, if you're talking about like, no, I swear I had some orange type of hotter varieties around, but um, well, me personally, I know I got some other orange ones around. I swear I had like these, let's see, these orange bell peppers that are pretty big size, but I didn't grow too many of those this
Did you
past
get
year.
a
I
lot
grew some.
off your plants this year?
Uh, for the most part, yeah. I mean, there's a few of them I just said, yeah, whatever. There's always going to be some of those ones that don't always make it. But I don't know. I just got what I needed out of what I needed and could use. There's a few of the pods that I didn't really use because, I mean, I just felt they weren't at the proper stages to do much with. Um, but I got all what I really needed to get out of it. So, um, yeah. So, but yeah, so I don't know. And I wouldn't mind being able to grow more year round, but I already know around here it's not going to work too well like that. But I'm not going to complain about it. It is what it is.
I remember you had some of the plants you had inside, and there was little pods on them.
Oh yeah, there was some. I mean, yes, this one right here. This one right here, I actually bought at a store. Um, it's got some pods on it right now. This is more of an ornamental variety. Um, this one
Oh,
actually, the pod's actually ripened to an orange color.
how big is the container for it? Oh, dang! It's only it looks nice.
Uh, I mean, it's got a number of pods coming in on it. Let's see right about here. There's a few more kind of, and it's actually the pods aren't bad. Um, So actually, I mean, it's been in the same container I first bought it in for like a couple months back, and it's been on its like second or third wave of peppers, and I think I'm going to be saving seeds from that. I mean, if you'd want some seeds for it, I can let you hook you up with some of them. But
What are they? You said an orange hybrid?
it's also it's labeled as ornamental, but they get a nice bright orange color.
Oh, cool. Have you got to try one yet? Or
Yeah, I've tried some, and they can have like a little zing to them, but I'm kind of wondering how they'd be after I would start them from fresh from seed to see how they are. But they're actually not too bad flavor wise, and then they have like a little zing to them. So they'd be worth giving a try. I mean,
yeah, that'd be cool. Are they like
uh,
do they look like a like cayenne shape or like a short bulb type shape or
yeah, they stay like a little shape, probably about like this big, probably. I mean, not really huge peppers, but they get like a little conical shape, and yeah, they just kind of ripen to an orange color. They go from like a green to an orange color.
cool?
Mm. Let's see. Kind of almost similar to shape to this pod right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd look cool. Whenever you got a whole bunch of orange ones on there, it looked like a little Christmas tree or something.
Yeah. uh, I mean, so far that one's been pretty easy to grow, and I haven't had to do a whole lot with it besides just feed it what it needs to be fed. So,
You ever grew that Chinese five color pepper?
um, I've grown some similar to that. I
Where
mean,
there's
I've grown
like
several
five
types
different
of
colors?
yeah, I've grown several types of ornamentals, but the ones I've grown were a little bit different, but produce a lot of same colors. So,
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what everybody's going to be doing for the next year, and um, I haven't even really decided what I'm doing yet. I'm just trying to get what I have outside.
yeah.
You doing the contest, the lemon starburst contest?
Oh, me?
Yeah,
I don't have any seeds for that. So,
I think Rob said he was sending me a few of them.
yeah. Although I mean, I would consider growing the lemon starburst, but I don't feel like I don't really want to go around be like start asking everybody like what I've seen some people do in the community. Like,
Yeah,
hey, can I have some seeds? Yeah, I want some seeds.
yeah, I see that. I see.
Hey, you got any seeds you can give away? Come on.
There could be you could say that you just went to the grocery store and you're cooking dinner and you got some green jalapenos or something and people are like, can I get some of those seeds? Like I don't know if they're gonna work, man, but
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got some bell pepper seeds I could trade for it.
I got a whole bag of green bell pepper seeds waiting to be planted. Hey, when I was
Oh,
at just one of the local grocery stores, it was funny. They had some red peppers and they were labeled habanero, but they looked exactly like Fresnos, like the long,
Yeah,
almost like a slightly curved, like jalapeno type shape. And
yeah,
they were definitely Fresnos, but they were labeled habaneros for like $5 a pound or something.
yeah. That's crazy, man. I mean, with the way they label stuff in the stores, it makes me laugh when I go in there. But
Yeah, dude. Hey, I have a Latin grocery store by my house, and they had ahi. What was it? I think ahi chachucha or something like that, and
yeah,
ahi dulce, what ahi dulce or something. They had
okay,
those, but
that's
they were
pretty
all
cool.
green. They were all solid green, like they weren't ripe at all.
Uh,
People just cook with them.
yeah, that's unfortunate.
I'm gonna go back there this week and see if any of them ripened up from just sitting there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, some of the pods every so often at some stores I'll see something different, but um, there was a like, but at some of these ethnic stores, they'll get some of those Monsantos in there, and some of them will be charging like $7, $8 a pound.
Yeah, yeah, bro. They,
It's like, wow.
you know those aloha peppers, like the striped bells, like
Yeah,
they're like yellow and reddish stripes. Like I think they're called aloha peppers.
yeah.
Well, they had them at my local grocery store, and I think they were charging almost $2 just for one of the peppers. And I was like, I would just take the seeds out of it and try to grow it.
Yeah, yeah, but I can admit there's some phenotypes of some peppers that show up at some a lot of basic stores that actually aren't bad. Um, there's been some times where I find like I know bell peppers aren't that crazy of a variety, but there's been some of them where I'll see a huge monstrous size of a bell. I'll be like, yeah, maybe I'll see if I can get seeds from that and see if I can get more size of peppers like that. But but some of them can be pretty good. It just really depends. Um, I don't know. That just it is different depending. But um,
they had like a they had like a big container, like a I don't know, like a big display of things, and they were labeled, I think, Scotch bonnets. And when I was looking through them, there was definitely like four or five different types of peppers in there, all
uh,
different colors, but they were all like rotten, like they were all mushy. Like I was like, who would pay $4 a pound for stuff that's about to be rotten? You can't even eat it.
yeah, yeah. I can relate to that. I've been in a number of stores that when I'd go in there and be like, I would start looking through. I'm like, I start looking at the person working there. I'm like, wait, serious? I'm like, you can't expect me to pay for that.
Yeah, dude, I was just looking through it just to pick out one to get seeds out of. Like everybody's just staring at me, and I'm like looking through this whole bin, trying to find the best looking pepper, that was decent. But they were
Yeah,
all just so far, rotted that I don't know. They shouldn't even have been out on the shelf.
yeah. I mean, I'll admit there is some nice looking peppers here and there that you can find if you catch them at the right time, catch places at the right time. But because there's been certain stores, if we catch them at the right time, they'd have some pretty good size. Even habaneros, they'd have some pretty good size ones, and some of them would be some cool shapes. I mean, there's ones that I'd see some habaneros that look almost like they have close to a Scotch bonnet shape, but you can tell them if you'd eat it, you'd tell it's a habanero though. But but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it'd be nice if they'd kind of go for more of a variety of different peppers and the basics at stores, you know? I mean, like bell peppers, Anaheims, or poblanos, or maybe jalapenos or banana peppers. It'd be nice if they expand upon that.
Yeah, it's pretty funny how like they go to extreme, difficulty to label different things so specifically. Like you go to the meat section or seafood section or any other section, and everything is labeled precisely of what it is. Then you go to the vegetable section where the peppers are at, and sometimes you don't even know what you're getting.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you're saying. When you go in there, they clearly mark it as one thing, but then anybody that's been around peppers enough, you're like, wait, that clearly isn't that.
Man, I seen these ones at the Latin grocery store. They were like a foot long, man, and they looked like horns. They were like so big. Let me see if I have a picture of them. But they weren't ripened. I don't know what they were. There was no label on it. I think that they might have been called Italian long hots or something like that. But they were huge.
Okay.
They looked like big horns. Let me try to, and they were green. They weren't even ripe or anything. I'm gonna go back there and see if those ripened up, and I'll grab one just to get the seeds out and try it. Let me see. I definitely took a picture of it. Let me see if I got it still on my phone. Oh yeah, here it is. Hold on, let me see. Can you see that?
Oh, hold on a
Hold on,
second.
let me turn the picture sideways real quick. Hold on. They were, yeah, those things were huge. They were over a foot long, and I don't know what they.
Yeah, that's a good size.
Yeah, I don't. There was no label on them, and I tried to ask the lady by there, and she didn't know what they were, and um, so I looked it up, and I think they might be Italian long hots. So I have no idea. I'm gonna go back this week and see. Rev said he found chocolate habaneros at his store.
Hey, could you show that picture again?
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
There you go. Okay.
here you go. Yeah, it's they were about a foot long,
Yeah,
and a
that's a
lot of
pretty
them
good
had.
size picture.
Yeah, they were over a foot long, and they all had a bunch of crazy looking shapes to them.
Yeah, if you could get some seeds from that, that'd be viable. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll let you know this week. I'll try to get there on like Monday and see if they still got them. I wish when I asked the lady, I was gonna ask if I could speak to the produce manager and ask them what they were called because there was no label on them. But my guess would be some type of, I don't know, maybe Italian long hot, or maybe I don't know. They might just tell me they're a banana pepper or like a wax pepper. I don't know.
Yeah, or it could be Anaheim.
Maybe. That's the same store that had all those ahi peppers. Here, I'll show everybody on the. You see, there was like 30 of them there. They had a whole bunch of them. So yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be pretty decent.
I bet the plant would look awesome having like a bunch of them on it at one time.
Yeah, that'd be decent to get some viable seeds for that one.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I would imagine that there'd be a ton of them in the pepper too.
Oh yeah.
All I would need would be just to get one pepper, and that'd be plenty. What's up, the urban gardener? I never grew that variety. I think he's talking to you, Brenda.
Yeah, yeah, I grow that variety, but I didn't grow it as much this past season. Even though I kind of regret not growing it that much this past season because I don't know, it's just the plants get real bushy and produce like peppers that are upwards up to a foot long, and they can get like cayenne like shapes, but they're all entirely sweet. I mean, they're pretty good. Like they in France and all that, they use them a lot to cook with.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm looking up that pepper right now.
Yeah, it's a good pepper worth giving a try.
Is it a thick walled pepper like a really crunchy variety or?
Um, and I wouldn't say it's thick walled, but it's not real. It's not like a medium thickness maybe, and then it's got like a shape similar to a cayenne, but it's like can get upwards of a foot long, and they get ripen to a red color and just rather tasty. And
Oh, okay. I know the urban gardener now. Yeah, hey, I watch a lot of your videos, man. On your, I'm subscribed to your channel too. Yeah, I just looked up your channel right now, and I remember watching a bunch of the videos. You have the rooftop garden.
yeah, I even did a couple videos on the that pepper before. It's actually it's yeah, it'd be definitely a good plant to you know cook with or even eat straight off the plant, no problem. And, I mean, just like Urban Gardener said, I mean, those ones are just really flavorful.
Yeah, I'm gonna be growing a bunch of different like banana peppers and pepperoncinis and a lot of stuff I could cook with and eat and pickle.
Yeah, yeah, you can't go wrong. That's one thing is I kind of miss growing. I haven't grown too much of in the past several seasons is banana peppers.
Yeah,
I mean,
I love banana peppers.
they are for rather tasty, and they can produce rather well, and you know they can be cooked with pretty well too.
You ever had a Cuban
I
L?
know a lot of people
Real
are
pepper?
used to eating banana peppers in their yellow stage, but I usually wait till they're ripened more.
Oh, when they're red?
Yeah,
I never had a banana pepper when they're red.
yeah, they're actually a little bit different, but I mean, I didn't really, you know. I don't know if you when I first tried it, I was just trying to see how they'd be after they had ripened. They're actually pretty good, at least to me. To me, they are anyway.
Oh man, hey, the urban gardener. I just looked at what you were talking about for your latest video. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Hopefully you'll be able to have a nice garden coming up for the season. Even Rev had red banana peppers. Geez, I feel left out now. I have never tried one when they were ripe.
Yeah, they're different, but they're pretty good.
You ever had a Cuban L pepper?
Uh, it's been a long time since I have had anything like that.
There are a lot of people cook with them everywhere down here.
Yeah, there's this peppers I got earlier.
Oh, cool. You got that at the store?
Yeah, actually a rather nice pepper. Here's a red one that I came with.
Oh, cool. Are those like little lunchbox peppers, like this little sweet ones?
Like, but this was the more shaped like a little bell.
Yeah, yeah. I heard something where you could tell if it's a I don't know if I'm saying this right, male or female plant on a bell pepper based on how many lobes it has on the bottom. I don't know. I don't know if somebody was messing with me or not, but they said if it's like three lobes at the bottom, it's something. If it's four, it's something else. I don't know.
I think they're all unisex, man, because they got the
Yeah,
seeds. They all
I don't
start
know
off
where
as
I heard
flowers.
this from. I have no idea if I heard it. I just wanted to see what you think of it, what you thought about it.
Yeah, I heard that a while back, man. It was like,
I'm gonna have to remember who told me that. And I'm gonna say, where did you find this out at? Let me know how you found this out.
yeah. My uncle was trying to mess with some people before when he was saying that. I was like, yeah, funny, huh?
I think somebody was mad that I kept talking about like super hot peppers all day and told me that. Oh, Happy Pepper said that that myth was busted. Okay, okay. Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who's heard that before.
Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, when I heard people say that shit, I started like, yeah, funny, y'all got some jokes now.
Yeah, yeah. Me and Rev were talking about that. When you bring your car to a mechanic, they'll make up a part name. He said, "Have you stocked up on muffler bearings and turn signal fluid yet?" Yeah, I just got a new Johnson rod installed, Rev, and a new flex joint.
Oh man.
Yeah, can't forget the Johnson rod. I seen that on that show Seinfeld. I seen Rev's post from the other day. He still got some peppers from his setup going on in the greenhouse.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm probably this week. I'm probably just going to be cleaning up a bunch of stuff and prepping things, getting it ready for the next season and everything. And I'm trying to clean everything as best as I can, like disinfect it and everything, because I just want a clean start for next year.
Yeah. Um. I don't know, man. There's the. Yeah, that's basically what I have to be doing from right here on is try to do, a little bit of prep time and then planning. But I normally don't plan too far ahead of my garden. I mean, I know a lot of people try to say, "Oh, I'm planning this, I'm planning that." They try to, know, go doing lots and lots of planning, but I don't always go to that, the 10th degree in planning about it. I mean, because you can plan so much, and then when you get in the middle of doing something, nature has a different plan for you. Um, but I'll just do what I can, get my plants going, and decide when I'm going to have more in mind to grow. Be sure I got certain things I need to get the ground ready, or which works for where I'm growing. And
You're going to be doing more of the like the cracky setups for the winter time, like in the coffee cans. Because
yeah, probably.
I got a bunch of those same things that you got too. I've been using them.
Yeah, I'll probably be doing that, and then I have some other things in mind that I'm going to be experimenting with. Um, so, um, yeah, um, so yeah, some of the thoughts I have maybe experimenting with shouldn't be all that bad, and maybe some fairly simple stuff. Well,
The urban gardener said his new pepper garden starts the first of the year.
yeah, I probably won't be starting any outdoor plants until I don't know. I usually don't start my outdoor plants a little too early. Um, it usually depends on how I can get things going. If I plan it right, I might only have to need just a certain amount of plants for inside here. I don't want to have my space cluttered too much for when the time is for me to have stuff to start getting ready to go out there. Um, it's too bad I didn't have a separate grow area for this dang pineapple plant over here. That takes a lot of space. But oh, hey, BD, check this out. Whoops, hold on.
Oh, the pineapples.
Yeah,
Hey, awesome. How long have they been in there? Those are the same ones from before?
this one's Yeah, that one's been in the container for a while. I was meaning to switch it out, but I got like about half a dozen pineapple plants that's in there right now. They all kind of split off, and then divided into that many from just a couple plants. So, um, but yeah, I did get a pineapple plant off about a year or so ago, and it was pretty good. I actually got the pineapple to emerge and ripen indoors. So
Doesn't it take like over a year for just one to grow?
yeah, it actually can take like depending on the variety of pineapple, it can take like 2 to 3 years for it to produce a
Whew.
pineapple. But when it gets ready to produce a pineapple, the pineapple will pop up and then ripen within a few months. But um, I've seen some pineapples that'll be like the size of softballs, some of them that just be the bigger size ones. And I don't know, those ones that would be the size of softballs would be pretty cool to grow indoors.
Yeah, I never grew a pineapple before. A couple of my friends are growing them. But yeah, they've had them outside for easily over a year, and they're very small.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about, I know that if somebody were to actually get a ripened pineapple, the seeds on them are so freaking tiny, man. I mean, if you're trying to harvest seeds from the pineapple, you have to find them on the fruit itself. They're tiny. They're like little specks. Like on a strawberry, how the seeds are so small on the strawberry.
Yeah,
Well, think of that seeds like that size on a pineapple. That's basically kind of like the size. They look like little small black things, specks on them in there, and you got to find them in the right way. And but but yeah, in order to grow them like that, that's a little different. But even though it may be a while for the pineapple to grow, it's actually worth it when you get the actual pineapple. 'Cause there's nothing like a fresh grown pineapple.
yeah. Rob said he's gonna be starting his in the next week.
Uh, I'm not. Well, me and myself. I mean, I'll probably be messing with the plants I want to have growing inside, but the other ones I'm going to hold off on other ones.
Yeah, whenever I was doing my seedlings and stuff like that, they seem to grow very slow in the heat. So it was taking me longer than everybody else I noticed in the pepper community to get them
Yeah,
to the size like the other people. It's just so hot and humid in the garage. I put a fan in there, and it was blowing back and forth, all day, every day, and it still wouldn't help at all. So I try to start mine earlier than everybody else too, just in case they grow very slow.
yeah. There's certain varieties I noticed that just even if you have them in the right conditions, certain varieties just take a while. Like like reapers can be a mixed kind of a thing. Like reapers, sometimes reapers take off real fast. Other times reapers are just slow growers.
I
You
think
know?
the one of the fastest growing plants I had were my habaneros. Those
Oh
grew
yeah.
pretty quick. Um,
Yeah, that's a good thing about habaneros, man. You can always just start those. Next thing you know, you have decent sized plants, and then they're just loaded with pods. I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of companies try growing habaneros a lot, is because they're a little easier to grow, produce a whole mess of pods, and it doesn't cost as much just to try to get you don't have to use as many plants to get as many pods as you would off of some other pod strains.
Also, too, yeah. I'm gonna be starting early, but I'm also gonna be doing more than one plant because last year I had a big problem where I sometimes I only did one of each plant. Then like a month later or a couple weeks later, something would happen, or um, something would go wrong with the plant. Then I would have to start all over again from scratch. So this year I'm gonna do maybe like two or three of each one seedlings, and then just pick whichever ones I want out of those.
Yeah, yeah, that's what a lot of people do is they'll start a few of each, those type of strains. It's actually a good idea to do it that way because if you start selling several of each, there's no telling what may happen along down the road. So, like, say for example, um, you go three of each of, let's say, three of habaneros, and then three ghost peppers, and three uh, Trinidad scorpions, you know, and then you keep them long down the line. Let's say, um, let's say, for example, the wind takes out one of your ghost pepper plants, or and then let's say another one, the heat takes out one of your habanero plants, or some could some anything could happen on the way, just knocking out a plant here or there. But then that way you always have a backup. But that I can see, but I mean, not really depends. If you can single it out to make the plants last, that's good as well. But
Yeah, Rev said Kang's white tie grows super quick and produces crazy.
yeah, and Thai peppers are good ones to grow.
The Urban Gardener, are you going to be doing like super hot peppers this year, or which types are you going to be focusing on? Because I see that you said, I hope I get my timing right for this year. Um, I didn't know in your previous videos if you said you had some really hot varieties or what you're doing. Oh, and Rob's almost done with his list. That's cool. That's cool. It'd probably take me a while to do mine. Um, I got to see what I have already going, and yeah. Rev said the white ties don't even fork; they just start putting out pods as soon as they can. Yeah, it's true. I got one in a like a little 10-ounce cup, and there's like 30 flowers on it. I just let it go. I'm not gonna pluck the flowers off. I just want to see if it'll make a pod. Because I've never tried one of the white ties yet.
Yeah, Sugar Rush Peach is a good one. Um, yeah, the Sugar Rush Peach is a pretty good one, but it's like one of the things that sucks about that, or is a drawback to that strain, is that the time length it takes for them to ripen. But I think that's a very common with a lot of ahi varieties. Because a similar thing happened with the ahi rainforest that I grew last season. I had one plant that was like pretty much loaded up on with pods. They were just no color change to them until like it was almost the end of the season. So then all of a sudden they just started ripening. Yeah, shoot. I think I should probably get ready to start winding it down over here.
All right, yeah, it's 12:30 over here.
I mean, I would like to stay on a while, but I realize still got some stuff to do here, and then I tend to get up pretty early in the morning on top of that. You gotta do something at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all cool. I was up pretty late last night with the
What's
live
that?
stream, and then tomorrow I got the Talk Time Live with Three Pepper Guys live stream. So tomorrow will be my third day in a row doing these.
Okay. Well, yeah, be sure if you want, well, whose channel will it be on?
It'll be on my channel.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
All right.
if you ain't doing it tomorrow,
Yeah.
I'll.
If you want to let everybody know, go ahead, man.
What's up?
If you want to let everybody know, tune in or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. If tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern, I'll be having Talk Time Live with Three Pepper Guys on my channel. Um, you guys, I think to get a hold of my channel, you can click the little three buttons next to me in the chat. And it'll take you to my YouTube channel. We're gonna be doing some reviews on Happy Peppers, hot sauce, and pepper powders. And there might be some cool stuff going on, maybe some seed giveaways, and I think I'm going to be doing another powder review from GoHam, and then hopefully Rob Blumberg will be trying some stuff I sent him to. So yeah, check it out. It should be pretty cool, hanging out, just trying different things and talking about peppers and next season growing and everything. But yeah, thank you, Brando, for having me on tonight too. I was just chilling.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. Anytime. Yeah. So, all right. Whoever's in the chat right now, be sure to check them out. Check out BD's channel and all that. just like he was saying. All right. Guess we could wind this down. It is getting a little late over here. And all right.
Later, the Urban Gardener and Rev and Rob and Happy Pepper and everybody, anybody else who's still in the chat.
Yeah, thanks for coming on the stream there, BD.
Yeah, no problem, man. I know I haven't been on in a while and haven't really got to talk with you, so I want to come hang out for a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Charles.
Hey, hello, my friend.
Oh, man. Oh, man. But yeah, so BD, if you get a chance, you might want to try that Dostis Landis pepper. It's a pretty good one to give a shot.
Yeah, it sounds good. Especially it sounded nice that you'd be able to like cook with it, since it's pretty popular over in France.
Yeah. From the information I got on that one, a lot of people over there like cooking with that pepper. So, I mean, and so, when I've tried it, it's pretty tasty. So, I mean, you can even just snack it on it straight out the plant.
Did it have like a bell pepper taste, or was it more of like I'm trying to.
No, actually, it didn't have anything like a bell pepper taste when I ate them. And Urban Gardner, I hooked him up with seeds a few seasons back, and he likes them, and they just got a real nice flavor in general, and just nice overall sweetness. Um, and some of the plants I've grown, they've been rather bushy and a rather good size. So they're worth trying. I mean, if you could ever get around to that one.
Yeah, I wonder if it's an annuum, because I don't think it's a Chinense or
No,
any
it's not a hot
other.
pepper. No. And I think it would be considered more on the annual list, and because it's not there's no heat to that variety. I know there's a spelling difference depending on where some people spell it. Some people spell it kind of like the way I spelled it in the chat. Some people spell it the way you spelled it too. There's different spellings for it. But um,
Yeah, I just typed it in. It is an annuum.
yeah. But I guess it's been around for quite a while too. So, but yeah, and like I was mentioning before, the peppers do get up to words of like 12 inches or a foot long, which is a pretty good size. If you could get a number of pots from that plant at that size, then you can have a lot of peppers to cook with. Uh, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. When I first tried them, I didn't know what to think, but then I seen them and they're actually really nice.
I never heard of that pepper that Charles was talking about. It says it's a sweet pepper from the French Caribbean.
Okay.
Sounds really good.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of some of those older varieties are pretty good as well. There's some of those older varieties of peppers that don't get as much credit as they deserve to. I think Happy Pepper is pretty happy right now. But all right. Oh, all right, man. I think I'm gonna get ready to get to doing what I need to do. Got a mess to clean up. Yeah, but all right.
Happy pepper. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm probably about to head to sleep too.
What's up, man?
No, I'm saying I'm probably about to head to sleep too. It's 12:40 here.
All right.
Rev said he hasn't been to sleep since last night.
Real silly. All right, guys. Guess I'll talk to you guys later. Um, going to call this stream at an end right now, and see you on the next video. And be sure to check out BD's channel tomorrow. And yeah. And yeah, let's see, get this situated here. And for everybody tuned in, thanks for watching. And yeah, don't forget that hashtag. Hashtag keep it spicy. All right. Well, guess I'll talk to y'all later. Thanks for joining in there, BD.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on. And
Yeah.
good night to everyone in the chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, for the live stream.
Yeah. Don't forget that live stream tomorrow. All right, you guys. Talk to y'all later in the next video. Y'all have a spicy evening. Peace out.